Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1. Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, for those of you wanting to watch match number 3, you might go over to this side of the gym. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 13085, the Bionic Dutch. We also have Team 14172, Disco Duck Bots. Over on the Red Alliance, we have the Unga Bunga Bongos and MSTM Techno Devils. Yeah. All right, and we are ready to reveal those scores. Who won? Looks like this went to the Blue Alliance. That makes sense with their drone launch and hang. It was a win of 66 points for Blue to 28 points for Red. Both teams incurred the same minor penalties. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Not quite. That's okay. We've got people here to help you out, make sure we're all connected and ready. Again, we're just here to make sure that these matches are played fairly. So as I said before, during the autonomous period, robots may navigate to place items in certain areas, depending on a randomized element. So for some teams who choose not to use the team prop, there's a white pixel on the spike marks. These are randomized to be in one of 3 places. All right, they might be center, right, or left. This randomization happens after the robots are all set up and we've called hands off. And so the robots use sensors, often vision sensors, to identify where those objects are. The robots can then use pre-programmed instructions to complete certain tasks. The first 30 seconds of the match are all pre-programmed. If teams do not have a super long program, you may see that the robots simply sit and wait. And that's perfectly okay. They actually get points for being in a certain position at the end of that autonomous period. All right, so there's no need to be concerned. The good news is we have an excellent technical team, so I have no doubt that we'll be able to solve any problems the teams encounter. Please also remember that every match that teams play today does not necessarily count. So if a team has to sit out for one match or has a robot technical difficulty during a match that makes them lose the match or stop running during the match, they are not penalized for that. It is not single eliminations or anything like that. Can you fix those stacks? In order to speed things up, you'll notice that we have 2 fields. This allows the next match to be setting up while the current match is running. Many audience members who want to watch both fields may choose to sit in the center. If you feel like getting your steps in, of course, you are welcome to move from side to side of the gym. All right, it looks like we are ready. Unfortunately, the robot could not be fixed in time for this match, but that is okay. They're randomizing the field. You'll notice that the pixels and team props have moved to the left side. Okay, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Awesome. Let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we've got movement on the blue and the red alliance. 1 robot each. All right, it looks like on the blue alliance, they're attempting to place that yellow pixel on the backdrop. On the red alliance, we have a robot parked in the backstage, and they may have also picked up a pixel over there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Excellent, and we have movement from all of our robots. You'll also notice the human players have begun introducing pixels to the field. Robots may choose to take pixels from the stacks at the front of the field or from the wings that the human players are placing the pixels in. The only way to get additional colored pixels is through the wings. You'll notice that the presets on the field are all white. Every color of pixel is the same number of points in the backstage. That's the taped off ground at the back of the field. However, colored pixels in certain arrangements on the backdrops are worth a different number of points. As I said before, a mosaic or a triangle of 3 pixels, either the same color or all different colors, is worth an extra bonus. Despite only having 1 robot on the field, the Blue Alliance is holding their own. But the Red Alliance is quickly catching up by pushing quite a few pixels into the backstage. It is a tied game right now at 19 to 19 points, but we still have many seconds left to go. The Blue Alliance is focusing on placing pixels on the backdrop, whereas the Red Alliance is very quickly maneuvering to the backstage. It is now endgame, and robots may choose to hang on the trusses or launch drones. They can also continue moving pixels and placing them on the backdrop or in the backstage. It looks like the Blue Alliance is still trying to place pixels, whereas the robot on the Red Alliance is hanging. Looks like Team 18200 is hanging. And that is the end of the game, folks. We'll wait for the referees to finalize those scores and take note of where the robots ended the match. All right, over here on field 2 for match 4 on the Red Alliance, we have the Polar Technics and the Atomic Narwhals. Okay. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Aztecs and Roadrunner Robotics. All right, and it seems like we have the scores for the last match, so let's take a look. And the Red Alliance takes it with a score of 44 to 28. All right, on field 2, it looks like we are randomized and ready to go. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? Wow, that was real quiet. Okay, let's get us started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we have movement on both the Red and Blue Alliances, 1 robot each. Both of them are closest to the back of the field. It looks like the Blue Alliance attempted to put a pixel on the backdrop, but it may have gotten stuck. But they do seem to have placed the purple pixel on the correct spike mark according to the randomization. The Red Alliance is also placing a pixel on the backdrop. Unfortunately, their purple pixel did not make it onto the spike mark.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and we have movement from all of our robots. That's always good to see. The human players quickly placed pixels into the wings for their robots to collect. You'll notice that the human players are on opposite sides of their teammates. This adds extra difficulty for the robots as they have to navigate across the entire field to collect more pixels. Robots are quickly collecting pixels to move to the backstage or backdrop area. It looks like the red robot is adding more pixels to the backdrop. And they have placed it. Unfortunately, that's not quite a triangle, so not quite a mosaic, but still 3 pixels on the backdrop is not bad. On the Blue Alliance, we have quite a few pixels in the backstage, and they are gathering more. Navigating this field is quite difficult due to the trusses and the fact that robots must go all the way across the field to collect pixels of certain colors. Remember, in the backstage, on the ground, any colored pixel is worth the same number of points. But only colored pixels on the backdrop are worth mosaic points. On the Red Alliance, it looks like we're attempting a hang. I believe this robot's name is Fluffy, although it doesn't look very fluffy. We have a second robot attempting a hang over on the Red Alliance, whereas a Blue Alliance robot is also hanging. Wow, I see 3 hanging robots, everyone. Very impressive. We'll wait for the referees to finalize those scores. For qualification match 5 on the Blue Alliance, we have teams Goat and Fire. On the Red Alliance, we have C3 Robotics and Circuit Breakers. All right, the randomization leaves the team props or pixels in the center. As we wait for a head referee to come, we will make sure that our teams are still ready, correctly set up, and stay connected. All right, and we have the scores from the last match. Let's take a look. And it goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 57 to 52. That was a close one. All right, let's move on to qualification match 5. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Field crew, are you ready? All right. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! We have movement from all of our robots. Again, these are all pre-programmed movements. Anything the robots are doing have been pre-planned and pre-programmed. All the robots have parked or attempted to navigate to their backstage.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Excellent. It looks like most of our robots are moving. There may be one robot on the Red Alliance that isn't quite moving yet, but I'm sure that they will manage. The Blue Alliance, meanwhile, is quickly gathering pixels to place in their backstage. All right, and it looks like that Red Alliance bot is moving again. We love to see all of our robots moving. All right, on the Red Alliance, it looks like they're attempting to place a pixel on the backdrop. The Blue Alliance has a pixel on the backdrop, and it looks like a number of pixels in the backstage. The backdrops are slightly slanted, so it is quite difficult to get pixels. As I've said before, the only way to get colored pixels or additional pixels onto the field is through the wings from the human players. Robots need to cross the field and go to the opposite side of the field in order to collect pixels. Both alliances have 1 pixel on the backdrop, and it is now endgame. Unfortunately, that red robot's drone didn't quite make it over the field perimeter. It needs to make it over the truss and all the way over the field perimeter in order to earn points. Unfortunately, it looks like an unfortunate game for drones, but it looks like we're attempting some hangs. It seems to me like there is a hang on each alliance, so this will be a very close game. Let's see who gets it. All right, it looks like we're randomizing over here for qualification match 6. On the Red Alliance, we have PCM Alchemists and Bionic Dutch. On the Blue Alliance, we have Thor and Metallomultorum. That was very impressive. Well done. All right, they've randomized the field, and you'll notice that the pixels, well, actually, all of these teams are using team props. So these are self-made markers that they will put on the spike marks in order to determine randomization tasks. Okay, let's see those scores. And it goes to the Red Alliance with 74 points to 55 points for the Blue Alliance. It looks like the determining factor here was the Red Alliance's autonomous period. Again, that first 30 seconds of the game is very important, as these tasks are very difficult because they are pre-programmed and randomized. Robots need to take input from the field to understand where those objects are. When they can understand where those objects are, they understand where they need to place their own pixels. You'll notice that these teams have played before. However, they're on different alliances. Teams who are alliance partners in one match may be opposing alliance members in another match. These are all randomly paired. However, each team takes a win by alliance, so they need to be able to work together with all other robots in the league. I look forward to the end game of this match. You'll notice that there are paper airplanes, or drones, on all 4 robots. If they can launch these drones in the last 30 seconds of the match, so the drones go over the truss in the middle and outside of the field into one of these 3 zones, they can get 30, 20, or 10 points. It may seem counterintuitive, but the section closest to the field is actually worth the most points. That's because the robots have to launch their drones with more precision to get closer to the field without going too far than just launching as far as possible to get more points. The first few matches of a meet are often a little bit slower, and this is nothing to worry about. We'll get into our groove later in the day. All right, let's see those scores. It looks like there was a correction. And it goes to the Blue Alliance. So for qualification match 4, the Blue Alliance won with 62 points to Red Alliance's 57 points. They simply had to correct the score in the system. All right, but we are ready for qualification match 6. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Field crew, are you ready? Yeah! All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, I see all of our robots moving. It looks like Thor has placed their purple pixel on the correct spike mark and are now navigating to the backstage. We'll see if they're able to place a yellow pixel in the correct side of the backdrop. On the Red Alliance, they've also placed a yellow pixel on the backdrop during autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, Thor is quickly going to collect more pixels. The only way to get additional colored pixels and create a mosaic on the backdrop is to collect pixels from your Alliance wing, which is on the opposite side of the field from where you began. The Red Alliance is very quickly placing more pixels in the backdrop and backstage. All right, I see a triangle of 3 differently colored pixels on the backdrop for the Blue Alliance. This is what is called a mosaic. They may be trying to go for a second mosaic in the other corner. So long as these mosaics only touch non-colored pixels, so they touch the edge of the backdrop or white pixels, they maintain their status as mosaics. If they're touching another colored pixel, they're no longer clearly a mosaic and are no longer scored as such. All right, it looks like there may be 2 mosaics on the board for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance is very quickly pushing more pixels into their backstage, while the Blue Alliance is thinking about hanging. Thor is using a tape measure in order to hang. All right, there's also a Red Alliance robot thinking about hanging. I see 2 hanging robots, everyone. All right, this was a very high-scoring game. We'll see what the final score is. For qualification match 7 on the Blue Alliance, we have the Norwalk Robo Warriors from here in Norwalk. We also have the Disco Duck Bots from Johnston. On the Red Alliance, we have the Polar Technics from Des Moines and Air from West Des Moines. Teams are carefully setting up. There are 2 ways to get your team's drone into the field. All right, let's see these scores from qualification match 6. Looks like it went to the Blue Alliance with a score of something. The score was 133 to 111, going to the Blue Alliance. All right, over here on field 1 for qualification match 7, it looks like we are randomized and ready to go. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Field crew, are you ready? Yeah. All right, let's get us started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, and now we begin our first 30 seconds of autonomous mode. Again, these are all pre-programmed. The robots sense where the team prop or pixel is and place the purple pixel on the same spike mark or piece of tape as that pixel. Then they want to place the yellow pixel on the backdrop in the appropriate location, either right, left, or center, depending on where.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and now we begin the tally-out period. During this time, the human players may place pixels into the wings. All right, looks like on the Blue Alliance, robots are very quickly placing pixels on the backdrop. Team 14568 just placed 1 or 2 pixels there. Whereas the Red Alliance bots are focusing on collecting pixels from their wing or from the front of the field to place on the backdrop or in the backstage. All right, the Blue Alliance now has 3 pixels on the backdrop, while the Red Alliance has quite a few pixels in backstage. All right, Blue Alliance is collecting more colored pixels. Perhaps they're trying to go for a mosaic on their backdrop. Red Alliance, meanwhile, is focusing on very quickly moving pixels to their backstage. All right, on the Red Alliance, it looks like we have a robot preparing for a hang. Unfortunately, another Red Alliance robot lost their drones, so we won't see a launch from that bot. But it looks like they might be able to hang. 2 hanging robots on Alliance is worth quite a few points, and it's very impressive. A drone fell a little bit short from the Blue Alliance. All right, and we will see what those results are as soon as the referees have finalized them. All right, those scores were finalized very quickly, and it goes to the Red Alliance. Red wins with a score of 65 to Blue's 29. All right, we have randomized the field over here for qualification match 8. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Atomic Narwhals and New Botics. Yeah? Okay. And on the Red Alliance, we have the Techno Devils and Goat. Excellent. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we've got some slow, precise movements on the Red and Blue Alliance. Looks like that Red Alliance bot is attempting to take its pixels from the spike mark to their backstage, but they got a little bit caught on that truss. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance is placing a purple pixel on a spike mark. Unfortunately, not the center spike mark they were aiming for. And a yellow pixel.
Drivers,
again, not in the center location on the backdrop,
3,
but still points.
2, 1.
And now we begin the 2-minute tally-out period. During this period, you'll notice that the teams are using gamepad controllers to move their robots. They have programmed each button and movement to correspond with some sort of action on their robot. This allows them to pick up pixels, drive across the field, and place the pixels in different areas. Teams have carefully designed different intakes and mechanisms to manipulate those pixels. On the Red Alliance, it looks like we are using a lot of our robot's power to push pixels onto the backstage area. On the Blue Alliance, it looks like our robots are trying to place many pixels on the backdrop. These pixels are worth more points, but they're harder to score, so it makes sense, right? Robots may control up to 2 pixels at a time. So any robot may be able to push or place 2 pixels in the backstage or on the backdrop legally. All right, Blue Alliance has 4 pixels on that backdrop. But now it's endgame. If you see any of those drones on robots, they may be launched now. We may also see some robots hang from the truss. It looks like a Red Alliance bot is aiming to hang on that truss. It's team 18200. The Techno Devils slowly rising off the ground. Robots also get points for being in the backstage at the end of the match. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have another last second hang. All right, while the referees deliberate their final decisions, we will go over to Field 1 and introduce these teams for qualification match 9. On the Red Alliance, we have the Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple and the Circuit Breakers. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Unga Bunga Bongos and Roadrunner Robotics. They are randomizing the field to the right this time. All right, everyone, I just want to let you know that lunch is available. If your team does not have any matches and you would like to start lunch earlier, you are welcome to. The pizzas have arrived, everyone. We will, of course, stop for lunch at 12:30, but 12:15, after match 15. All right, let's see the scores from the last match. And it goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 57-48. All right, over here on Field 1 for qualification match 9. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Field crew, are you ready? Awesome. Let's start in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we have movement on the Red Alliance, but nothing yet for the Blue Alliance. That's okay, it's still anyone's game. The first 30 seconds don't make or break. All right.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, it's tally up period, and it looks like our blue robots are also moving along with our red robots. All right, robots currently are at the front of the field gathering pixels. The main object of this game are to move pixels, which are hexagonal little discs, from the front of the field, either from the front of the field or from the wings, to the back area of the field, either on the ground in the back stage or on the raised backdrop. The backdrop is slightly angled, but it is still quite difficult to get those pixels to stay in their grooves there. Robots must also carefully navigate under the stage door. That is the yellow section in the middle of the truss. This stage door only opens in one direction, and only to a certain height. So robots need to be carefully designed to not get caught on it. Now it is endgame, and we have an attempted launch from the Red Alliance, but unfortunately the drone didn't make it far enough to score. But it looks like they are attempting to hang. Another unsuccessful drone launch from the Red Alliance, while the Blue Alliance seems to be quickly gathering pixels to place in the backstage. We have a second hang from the Red Alliance. For qualification match 10 here on field 2, on the Red Alliance, we have C3 Robotics and Fire. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Robo Reapers and the Aztecs. All right, and for that last match, we have results. Goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 57-38. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Field crew, are you ready? All right, let's start in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we have movement from 3 robots. Again, the robots are attempting to place purple pixels on the center spike mark for this match. Then they want to place a yellow pixel in the center section of the backdrop. Robots also get points for navigating to the backstage area. This is exceptionally difficult for robots that start in the front of the field.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, this is the tally up period where the robots are controlled by their human players. You'll notice that everyone has game pads and are anxiously watching their robots move and collect pixels from one corner of the field to move to the opposite corner. Red Alliance is quickly moving to take pixels from the wing provided to them by the human player to the backstage area. Blue Alliance is also very quickly collecting pixels in the wing provided to them by the human players to move to their backstage area. Both alliances have 1 pixel on the backdrop right now. It is going to be a close game, it seems. The robots are moving quickly back and forth across the field. Again, this is not battle bots. We don't want the robots to hurt each other, but sometimes they will occasionally bump into each other or parts of the field. Typically, this is not a problem. It is now the beginning of endgame. Will we see any drone launches? And we do! All right, we have 2 launches from the Red Alliance, but only 1 landed on the scoring carpet here. Oh, the drone from the Blue Alliance fell just a little bit short, but it looks like they'll both attempt to hang. We have 2 robots on the Red Alliance thinking about hanging, and a hanging bot on the Blue Alliance. All right, we'll see if all 3 of those robots earn the hang, but it will be a close game. We have 5 more matches before lunch, and this is going to be qualification match 11 over here on field 1. For this match on the Red Alliance, we have the Disco Duckbots and Thor. On the Blue Alliance, we have Goat and the Atomic Narwhals. You'll notice that our tech crew over here on the field, as they're setting up, call for a hands-off before they randomize the field. This ensures that teams are not providing any information to the robots. And it makes the first 30 seconds of the match truly autonomous. All right, let's see the scores from the last match. And it goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 101 to 92. That was a close game. Well done, teams. You'll notice this big question mark here. This question mark is the question box. If teams are unsure how something was scored or how a rule was applied, they are welcome to come up here and talk with the head referee. The head referee's rulings are final, but sometimes we forget things or don't notice things, and we accept that as volunteers. So it's always an option to ask about your match. Meow. A fact about myself, well, I am working on my 3rd English degree, and I'm here for some reason, so, you know, I'm a weirdo. It's okay. All right, but we are ready to begin this next match. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we've got some slow movement over on the Blue Alliance. Our Red Alliance also picking it up. Perhaps it just took some time for the robots to sense where objects were on the field. Oh, it looks like Thor is attempting to place pixels on the backdrop. But the Blue Alliance has also managed to, Team 16736 placed a yellow pixel on the backdrop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now begins the tally-up period. Let's see what these robots can do. Red Alliance very quickly going to the wing to collect colored pixels, while Blue Alliance is placing a preloaded pixel onto the backdrop. Alliances are very close. There are now 3 pixels on the Red Alliance's backdrop, but they do not form a mosaic. You'll notice that they're not in a triangle. Each pixel in a mosaic must touch both of the other 2 pixels in the mosaic. They have to form a triangle. A line of pixels is not a mosaic. But every pixel on the backdrop is still worth a good number of points, and it's nothing to scoff at. This is a very difficult task, as pixels are an interesting and difficult to manipulate shape. Robots are quickly collecting more pixels to place on the backdrop. Some pixels are going into the backstage, that taped off area on the ground below the backdrop. These are worth fewer points, but still worth some points. So it's okay if pixels fall off of the backdrop. We have a launch from the Red Alliance, and we have a drone in Zone 1. Again, Zone 1 is worth the most points because it requires the most precision to get closest to the field. It looks like on the Red Alliance, Thor is attempting a hang, but their tape measure mechanism may be acting a little bit slow. Blue Alliance is also attempting a hang, but one of their arms seems to be broken. We'll see what they consider. By the way, Team 22189, I have stolen your drone. If you would like it back, I guess I could give it back. For qualification match 12 on the Red Alliance, from Newton, Iowa, we have Newbotics. Nope, I can't read. It's fine. We have the Techno Devils and Polar Technics. Too many Technics going on. Let's see the scores from the last match. It goes to the Red Alliance with 156 points to Blue Alliance's 74 points. Well done, teams. On the Blue Alliance, for qualification match 12, we have Circuit Breakers and Metallum Ultorum. These teams are still setting up their robots. It is very important that they can precisely set up these robots with the appropriate preloaded pixels, 1 purple and 1 yellow. They can also preload their drone. The only other way a drone can be introduced to the field is through the wing. All right, it looks like we have an updated score. So let's see. All right, the match goes to the Red Alliance with 157 points to 74 points for the Blue Alliance. All right, we're randomizing the field for qualification match 12. You'll notice that the pixels and team props have moved to the right. The robots will want to place the yellow pixel on the right side of the backdrop and the purple pixel on the right spike mark or piece of tape in front of the robot. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from 2 robots, 1 on each alliance, as they carefully maneuver. Oh no, it looks like 18200 got stuck on the truss. But on the Blue Alliance, our robot seems to be placing the yellow pixel on the backdrop. It may have gotten stuck though, we'll see how that goes. Either way, it is still points for that robot to move to the backstage, that taped off section in the back of the field.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And this is the driver-controlled period. At this point, human players can place pixels in the wing. And the robots are controlled by the human players and the gamepads they're holding outside of the field. The robots work through Wi-Fi connections. The Blue Alliance is quickly collecting pixels from their wing and going across the field to place them on the backdrop. They have 2 pixels on the backdrop already. The Red Alliance is focusing on collecting pixels and placing them in the backstage. All right, our robots are carefully maneuvering around the field, attempting to collect pixels to place in their respective alliance areas. All right. There are 3 colored pixels on the backdrop of the Blue Alliance. However, they are not formed in a triangle shape, so they do not count as a mosaic. Nonetheless, 3 pixels on the backdrop is still very impressive. When the pixels are stacked higher to reach those white lines, there's an added bonus for the pixels. It is now endgame. Will we see any launches? I see in the Red Alliance we're attempting 2 hanging robots. Will the Blue Alliance also attempt to hang? We have a drone launch that didn't quite make it outside of the field. Oh, and another one. This one may count as it is just barely touching that carpet, but we'll leave it to the referees to decide. It's in. All right, for qualification match 13 over here, we have on the Blue Alliance, C3 Robotics and the Unga Bunga Bongos. On the Red Alliance, we have Newbotics and Air. That was loud. I appreciate it. Good job. I am a student at Iowa State University. I have degrees in linguistics, French, applied linguistics and technology, and teaching English as a second language. I ended up doing random robotics events for no apparent reason about, 7 years ago. No. All right, it looks like we are ready to see those scores. And it will go to the Blue Alliance with 62 points to 7 points. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Let's start in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement on the Blue Alliance as they attempt to place that purple pixel on the correct spike mark. Perhaps they will also place the yellow pixel on the correct side of the backdrop. It looks like their positioning was just a little bit off, but they'll still get points for placing that pixel in the backstage on the ground there and for navigating to the backstage, such that the robot ends the autonomous period in the backstage.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and the tally-up begins. I only have movement from 3 robots. We'll see if this 4th one can get going. Sometimes there are connection issues. Oh, but it is moving. We love to see that. All right, it looks like C3 is placing a pixel on the backdrop, and we have a premature drone launch. Unfortunately, that does not count until endgame. Red Alliance focusing on collecting pixels and moving them to the backstage. Blue Alliance going to their wing to collect a colored pixel to place on the backdrop. Perhaps they will manage to make a triangular shaped mosaic with 3 different colors. Looks like the Blue Alliance did manage to get that mosaic. It seems that the Red Alliance is preparing for endgame and preparing to shoot their drone, that paper airplane on their robot, into the section. And they make it. Again, that drone has to go over the truss in the center of the field and then land on this carpeted area. The closer to the field, the more points it gets. Also during endgame, the robots can hang. It looks like there are hanging mechanisms on many of these robots. Will we see them hang? All right, 19-4-15 attempting, but not quite getting there. For qualification match 14 on the Red Alliance, we have Roadrunner Robotics and Fire. On the Blue Alliance, we have PCM Alchemists and the Norwalk Robo Warriors. It seems the referees are still deliberating the scores on the other field, and we won't start this match until that match is completely done. We want to make sure that everyone has every chance to review their scores and ask any questions that they have, and make sure that they understand any rulings of the referees. All right, it looks like these scores are posted. Let's see who won. It goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 61-40. Well done, teams. Red Alliance, are you ready? Yeah. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from 3 robots. We have a navigation on the Blue Alliance, but unfortunately, on the Red Alliance, that purple pixel didn't make it to the spike mark. But the robot did navigate to the backstage at the back area of the field. Now we wait just a couple of seconds before tally up.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and they're off. We have movement from 3 robots. Will that 4th one make it? We will see. All right, Red Alliance very quickly going to their wing to collect pixels. Blue Alliance doing likewise. We have movement from all 4 robots, and that is great news. On the Blue Alliance, they're attempting to place 2 pixels on the backdrop, and they seem to make it. Well done, teams. They have a purple and a yellow pixel. If they add a green pixel, they have a chance of making a mosaic. The green pixels can only be introduced by the human player in the opposite corner. The Red Alliance is focusing on collecting as many pixels as they can and putting them into the backstage. Of course, they only want to score pixels in their own backstage. They cannot de-score or remove pixels from the opposing alliance's backstage. That's just unfair play. We want to give points to people, not take them away. Red Alliance, again, moving very quickly. Each robot can control up to 2 pixels at a time. So they may move 2 to 4, if both robots are moving pixels, into their backstage at a time. This can create quite a pile, as I see there. It is now endgame. Will we see any launches? Unfortunately, Blue launched a drone into their backdrop, which is not the direction it needed to go. Red Alliance, however, has launched one. Now it looks like they are aiming to hang. Blue Alliance also launched, but unfortunately did not make it into the landing zone, this taped off area in front of the field. On the Red Alliance, we have a hanging robot, and the Blue Alliance also seems to. Will they make it? Not quite. All right, the referees will deliberate and make sure their final rulings are as accurate as possible. Over here on field 1, we're preparing for qualification match 15. This is the very last match before lunch, everyone, but we should still give our energy to these teams. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Robo Reapers. Blue Alliance. Yeah, all right. On the Red Alliance, we have the Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple and the Aztecs. Oh, that's been there for a while. Oh, I'm sorry. Bionic Dutch. Thank you. There was no cheering for the first one, so I needed more energy for the Blue Alliance. At the beginning of a match, robots may be up to 18 by 18 by 18 inches. However, you'll notice that many of the elements on the field are not 18 inches tall. In fact, most of those yellow bars are 14 inches from the ground. The stage door in the middle is only 12 inches from the ground. So you want to make sure that your robots can navigate the field easily. All right, let's see the scores for that last match. And match 14 goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 53-34. All right, over here on field 1, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we have movement from 3 robots here. Both of the Red Alliance, they seem to be placing purple pixels on spike marks and yellow pixels on the backdrop. Over on the Blue Alliance, one robot placed the purple pixel on the spike mark, but it seems to be going the wrong way for the yellow pixel. All right, it looks like a second pixel was placed on the backdrop for the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Excellent. We see all of our robots quickly moving. Blue Alliance very quickly collecting pixels from the field and placing them in the backstage. Red Alliance doing the same. 24662 is collecting a pixel from their wing and moving over to their backstage to place it. There are now 2 pixels on the board for the Blue Alliance and only 1 on the Red Alliance. We'll see if that changes. All right, it looks like the Bionic Dutch aren't moving. I wonder what has happened. Robots are carefully navigating around this new obstacle and each other. 24662 collecting another 2 pixels and racing across the field to place them. On the Red Alliance, more pixels are being placed in the backstage as well. Both alliances quickly pushing pixels into place. We've now entered the last 30 seconds of the game. During this period, drones may launch. Yes, we have one drone from the Red Alliance landing in Zone 1. Another drone went towards their own Alliance team. Unfortunately, not where you wanted. But it looks like both robots will attempt the hang today. All right, 18-397 are hanging. We have a launch from the Blue Alliance, but unfortunately it didn't quite make it onto the landing zone. Thank you everyone for staying to watch this last match before lunch. I know I am eager to go eat, and I'm sure you are as well. We will very quickly confirm these scores and post them before breaking for lunch. And it looks like we are ready to see those scores. Scores. All right, let's see these final results. And the match goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 108-44. As a reminder, the next match after lunch, match 16, will start at 1 o'clock. That means teams need to be on the field and ready to start at 1 o'clock. I expect you queuing at 12:50. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Circuit Breakers and New Botics. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? As I've mentioned before, the stage door can only open in one direction, which means the robots going from the front of the field to the back of the field have the right of way, because that is the direction that the stage door opens. On the Red Alliance, it looks like they're placing more pixels on the backdrop, whereas the Blue Alliance seems to have a mosaic already on their backdrop. A mosaic, again, is a triangle of pixels, either all the same color or all different colors. These mosaics can't touch anything but the white pixels, so it is good that they just placed 2 more white pixels on the backdrop. It looks like the Red Alliance is also trying to make a mosaic. It seems that Team 4172 is collecting a green pixel and hoping to place it on the backdrop next to that purple and yellow pixel. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance is adding more pixels to the backdrop. You'll see that the pixel has crossed that first tape line. That is called a set line, and it earns them an extra bonus for meeting that first set line. All right, it is now endgame. Let's see if drones are launched, and one is on the Blue Alliance. It seems to be in the closest. Unfortunately, there was a failed launch on the Red Alliance, and teams are still scrambling to place more pixels and hang. They have 10 seconds left. We have another launch from the blue robots, but unfortunately, it doesn't make it out of the field. All right, it looks like one blue robot is attempting to hang. And that is the end of the game. Both teams got a number of pixels on the backdrop and in the backstage, so we will see who wins this round. Meanwhile, over on match 17, it looks like we have, on the Red Alliance, PCM Alchemists and the Unga Bunga Bongos. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Polar Technics and C3. All right, it looks like we have scores for match 16, and it goes to the Blue Alliance with 100 points to Red Alliance's 61 points. All right, folks, are we ready for this next match? Red Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, I see robots moving on each alliance. 18527 very quickly moved to the backstage, taking their yellow pixel with them. 19415 is placing a yellow pixel on the backdrop and also placed a purple pixel potentially on the spike mark. It is hard to see from this viewpoint, but we have to trust our referees to make the right calls.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And the tally-up begins. I see movement from all 4 robots as both alliances very quickly move to gather pixels. Looks like Fluffy may be moving a little bit out of control. Red Alliance is very quickly moving back and forth across the field and placing pixels in the backstage. The Blue Alliance is focusing on placing pixels on the backdrop. Perhaps they will make a mosaic. Looks like they're trying to place a green, and it seems to have made a mosaic. You'll notice that is a triangle of 3 different colored pixels. Well done, Blue Alliance. Let's see what they try to do next. It looks like Fluffy isn't moving over there in the corner, but at least they're not causing any problems. It looks like they are just waiting for hanging in endgame. Meanwhile, the 2 robots on the Red Alliance are still racing across the field, placing pixels in their backstage. One of them has a drone. I wonder if it will be launched during endgame in just a few seconds. The Blue Alliance has placed another pixel on the backdrop. All right, it is endgame. Will drones launch? Will robots hang? And a drone from the Red Alliance and Blue Alliance. The drone from the Blue Alliance makes it. Unfortunately, the Red Alliance drone fell a little short. All right, it looks like we had 2 hanging robots. All right, over here on this field for qualification match 18, on the Blue Alliance, we have Air and Goat. All right, on the Red Alliance, we have the Aztecs and the Bionic Dutch. All right, let's see those scores from the last match. And it goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 74-47. Well done, Blue Alliance. All right, it looks like we're ready over here on this field. Red Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance. Red Alliance. Aztecs, are you ready? All right. Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right. Field crew, are you ready? All right, let's start in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I saw movement from all 4 robots in this autonomous period. This is very impressive. I see a purple pixel on the correct spike mark over here on the Blue Alliance. And an attempt over on the Red Alliance. We'll see what the referees say. Looks like everyone's autonomously pre-programmed programs are complete. And now it is time to dance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And the robots are moving. Here they go. Blue Alliance quickly taking pixels and trying to move them to the back of the field. Red Alliance doing the same. The robots right now are focusing on the pixels already on the field from preloads. But soon, human players will be introducing more pixels to the field to be used. There are now 2 pixels on the backdrop on the Red Alliance. Well done, Red Alliance. All right, both alliances are carefully moving pixels across. There may be a mosaic on the Red Alliance side. Blue Alliance quickly taking pixels from one corner of the field in the wing to place them in their backstage area. Red Alliance is trying to add another pixel to the backdrop. We'll see if they make it. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance taking more pixels from one half of the field to the other. They're having a little bit of difficulty navigating the tricky trusses, but it looks like they may hang over on the Blue Alliance. Unfortunately, a drone was launched on the Red Alliance, but it didn't quite make it. But this one did and landed in the first zone. As I said before, that zone closest to the field is worth the most points. Are we going to have another hang? All right, it looks like we're going to have 2 hanging robots, one on each alliance. Excellent. The referees will finalize the score, and I will announce it shortly. Over here on the Red Alliance for qualification match 19, we have Fire and the Norwalk Robo Warriors. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Atomic Narwhals and Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. Let's see the scores for that last match. Looks like it goes to the Red Alliance. with a score of 116 to 50. Well done, Red Alliance. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, I see movement from all 4 robots. That's very impressive. Looks like 22189 attempted to place a purple pixel on the spike mark, but just missed it and then got a little caught up on the truss. However, the Blue Alliance looks like they are going to successfully place pixels. Oh, but there might have been some contact between those 2 robots. Hopefully, they can still manage.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, here our robots go. Human players quickly introducing new pixels. All right, Red Alliance very quickly adding pixels to their backdrop and backstage. The Blue Alliance is focusing on preloaded pixels and trying to place them on their backdrop. Placing pixels on the backdrop is tricky since it is nearly vertical, and the ledge on which the pixels rest is quite small. Nonetheless, these robots have figured out a way to make them work. I see 2 pixels on the backdrop for the Red Alliance and 3 for the Blue Alliance, but it is still anyone's game. The Red Alliance has quite a few pixels in their backstage area. Blue Alliance looks like they're adding 2 more pixels to the backdrop, while robots are still racing across the field, taking pixels from the wings and moving them to their backstage area. I see a mosaic for the Blue Alliance. Remember, a mosaic can be 3 of the same color or 3 different colors. This looks to me like a yellow mosaic. Now, if they add another colored pixel, even if it's not yellow, that touches this mosaic, it no longer counts. Oh! A drone was launched from the Blue Alliance, but it just barely didn't make it. It hit the perimeter before landing outside. All right, there was another failed drone launch from the Red Alliance, but I still see more drones that may be launched. Oh, didn't quite make it, but I see 2 hanging robots on the Blue Alliance. All right, we'll see what the referees determine at the end of this match. All right, over here for qualification match 20 on the Red Alliance, I have Roadrunner Robotics and the Robo Reapers. Let's hear it for the Red Alliance. On the Blue Alliance, we have Thor and the Techno Devils. As you remember, in that last match, there was some very last-second movement, so I'm sure the referees have to take careful attention as they make their rulings. All right, but it seems like they've come to a decision, and the win goes to the Blue Alliance. 143 points to Red Alliance's 31 points. Well done. All right, let's get started. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I don't know where my person is. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, there's some quick movement on the Red Alliance, a little bit slower over on the blue. Oh, and Thor is now moving. They must take a few seconds to consider their field. They have placed a purple pixel on the spike mark and a yellow pixel on the backdrop. Both blue robots are now in the backstage.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, at this point, the human players may begin introducing pixels. And the Blue Alliance quickly goes to collect pixels in their wing. Looks like a robot on the Red Alliance isn't moving. Maybe they can get technical help. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance quickly placing pixels into a mosaic on their backdrop. Well done, Blue Alliance. It now looks like those robots are collecting white pixels, perhaps to add to their backdrop. The Techno Devils are collecting pixels and adding them to the backstage, and working with their alliance partner to continue to add them to score points. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance is working on quickly collecting pixels and moving them across the field. 24662 is quite a fast robot. The Blue Alliance has quite a few pixels up on the backdrop, and they've just launched a drone into Zone 1. Will they both hang as well? Will we see another drone launch? All right. Well done, teams. All right, over here we're preparing for match 21. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Aztecs and PCM Alchemists. On the Red Alliance, we have the Disco Duckbots and Circuit Breakers. So, I have some favorite chants for FTC events, really first events in general. One chant is Red Alliance, and then you clap. Yeah, just like that. The other chant is then for Blue Alliance, This match should be a very interesting one to watch. I see quite a few drones on these robots. All right, let's see the scores for the last match. And it goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 155 to 34. Well done, Blue Alliance. All right, over here on field 1, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, I see 3 robots already moving on the field. All right, looks like the Blue Alliance placed a purple spike, or purple pixel on the correct spike mark, but their yellow pixel didn't quite make it. There was a bounce on the yellow pixel for the Red Alliance, but it still earns points for being on the backdrop. A second robot on the Red Alliance, slowly moving to place.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now tally-out begins. Very quickly, these human players started adding pixels to their wings. In this game, communication is key, as the human players are on the opposite side of the field from their teammates. They need to understand what their teammates need and prepare. Looks like the Red Alliance is immediately going for a mosaic. They already have a purple and yellow pixel, and they're adding more. Unfortunately, a line of colored pixels is not a mosaic. Robots on the Blue Alliance are trying to collect pixels from the front of the field and move them into their backstage area. These robots are precisely engineered to be the correct height to fit under the truss. Red Alliance continues to quickly add more pixels to the backdrop. It is now endgame. Will anyone try to launch drones? Unfortunately, we had a drone hit the truss from the Blue Alliance. But the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance were successful in launching one drone each. Looks like the Red Alliance drone landed a little closer. Getting ready for match 22. On the Red Alliance, we have the Atomic Narwhals and Norwalk Robo-Warriors. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Bionic Dutch and C3 Robotics. Our field personnel have randomized the field. This means that the players, the teams, can no longer touch the devices that they brought. But it looks like we have scores from the last match, so let's check those out. It goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 108 to 70. Well done, Red Alliance. Each alliance is made out of 2 teams. You'll notice the teams are strategizing right now as they plan which robots will do which things. The best alliances work together to complement each other. While one robot may be extra fast and good at collecting pixels at the front of the field, another robot may be better at placing it on the backdrop. So robots can work together to move the pixels to the highest scoring location they can. At this point in time, it's also a great idea for teams to talk with their human players. Only 1 human player is allowed per alliance, so each team must choose which human player they will use. They need to communicate with these human players so that the human players know what pixels they need to introduce and when. Clearly not interested in fun. If a team ever has a question about how a rule is applied or how their game was scored, they are welcome to go to the question box and ask the referees. The referees cannot review videos or photos, but teams are encouraged to bring rule or forum posts that clarify or support their question and stance. With this information, the referees will work together to decide the best course of action. I first started volunteering as a referee for First Lego League. And I got drug into FTC, and I have done a number of roles in FTC, including score tracking, refereeing, judging, judge advising, and game announcing now. I also greatly enjoy refereeing and field resetting for FRC. All right, it looks like our referees have made a final decision. And we are ready to start this match. Our field personnel are just checking with all of the teams to make sure that all of their technology is still connected and running as expected. It is very important that the timer is visible to you as the audience, me, so I can game announce appropriately, and of course the teams, so they know what they're allowed to do and when. As you know, the first 30 seconds of the game are autonomous, which means the teams can't touch their controllers that control the robot. So they need to know when that time is up and when they can pick up their controllers. Likewise, they need to know the last 30 seconds of the game, because at this time they can launch their drones into the landing zones outside of the field or begin their hanging process. If they begin too early, those things don't count. All right, it looks like we can see our timer again. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? Excellent. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, I see movement from our robots. Let's see if they can carefully place the purple pixels on the correct spike marks. Where their team props are, it looks like the Blue Alliance has been successful. Red Alliance slowly moving forward, but they didn't drop that purple pixel. Let's see if they can get the yellow pixel on the correct section of the backdrop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and our robots are moving. Again, quickly collecting pixels from the front of the field as their preloads, or from the wings, in order to score them at the back of the field, either in the backstage or on the backdrop. Both alliances have 1 pixel on the backdrop, but they are quickly aiming for more. It looks like 2 more pixels are about to be scored on the backdrop for the Red Alliance. And the Blue Alliance scores another. It looks like they're aiming for a multicolor mosaic over on the Blue Alliance as they add a green pixel and do it. Well done. The Blue Alliance is now adding more pixels to the opposite side of the backdrop. Remember, if multiple colored pixels touch each other, it could break the mosaic. A mosaic cannot touch any other colored pixel, so the teams have to be careful where they're placing these pixels. White pixels are neutral pixels. They cannot form a mosaic, but they are great separators for the mosaic. And there are many more white pixels than colored pixels. It is now endgame. Let's see if anyone launches their drones or attempts to hang. Oh, we have a well-flying blue drone. It landed in zone 3. And another one, again in zone 3. Very consistent on the Blue Alliance. Let's see if this robot can hang. The Red Alliance completing a single color mosaic. And also going for a hang. Oh. All right, we'll let those referees deliberate as we come and introduce our teams over here on field 1. On the Blue Alliance, we have Metallomultorum and Roadrunner Robotics. On the Red Alliance, we have Goat, greatest of all time, and Robo Reapers. Audience, let's hear it for the Red Alliance. All right, who here is cheering for the Blue Alliance? And we have scores, and it goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 127 to 87. Well done, Blue Alliance. All right, over here on this field, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, 3 robots quickly moving across the field as both red robots go towards their backstage. Remember, during the autonomous period, robots that end in the backstage area, that taped off portion of the floor of the back of the field, earn points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And tally up begins. Red Alliance quickly moving into position to collect more pixels from the field and place them into their backstage area. Blue Alliance likewise collecting pixels from the field and placing them in their backstage area. Looks like one robot on the Blue Alliance has just started to move as they carefully navigate under those trusses. (24,358) is moving quickly across the field and attempting to collect 2 pixels to place in a scoring area. Unfortunately, they only grabbed 1. Robots can control up to 2 pixels at a time, which means they can score up to 2 pixels at a time. If they control more than those, if they hold 3 or more pixels, it is a penalty. So drivers need to be careful how many pixels they're controlling. Both alliances are very quickly moving across the field and adding as many pixels as they can to their backstages. It is now endgame. Will anyone launch their drones or attempt to hang? Looks like Blue Alliance is lining up to shoot their drone. Oh, but it doesn't make it. All right. And that is the end. It looks like all 4 robots chose to park in the backstage area. Preparing for match 24 on the Red Alliance, we have Air. And the Unga Bunga Bongos. On the Blue Alliance, we have Fire. And their alliance partner, the Techno Devils. I need water. All right, audience for match 24, who's rooting for the Red Alliance? That was weak. Come on now. And for the Blue Alliance? All right, just remember, you're not scored on noise, but it is helpful. Some of you may wonder how I tell apart all of the robots on the field, especially since sometimes they're on the Red Alliance and sometimes they're on a Blue Alliance. I do not memorize all of their numbers, I can promise you that. I actually look for alliance markers, which are the blue circles or red squares on the robot. All right. Scores from that last match are coming up, and it goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 40-23. Well done, Red Alliance. All right, over here on field 2, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, I see 3 robots moving, 2 on the Blue Alliance and 1 on the Red Alliance. Looks like the Red Alliance quickly placed a purple pixel on a spike mark. Same for the Blue Alliance, but it was not the correctly randomized spike mark. All 3 moving robots have moved to their backstage with 10 seconds to spare.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now teams are controlling their robots. Looks like one robot on the Red Alliance is not quite moving, but I'm sure those clever students will be able to figure it out. All right. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, robots are quickly taking pixels from the wing or around the field and moving them to their backstage. All the robots are currently in the front, hoping to gather more pixels to score with. The only way to get colored pixels is through the wings. It looks like the stage door took out a drone from the Red Alliance. Robots still quickly racing around the field. The Blue Alliance has 1 pixel on the backdrop. And quite a few pixels in their backstage. Red Alliance also quickly working to add more pixels to their backstage. Human players carefully place pixels in the wings in the desired orientation for each robot. They need to communicate with their alliance partners and their own teammates to understand what they need to do. Unfortunately, that blue drone did not quite make it over the truss, but we'll see if they can hang. I see 2 attempted hangs on the Blue Alliance and 1 on the red. All right, let's see if Red Bot can get up in time. Doesn't look like it, but we'll see the final results of this match shortly. Preparing for qualification match 25. On the Red Alliance, we have New Botix and Thor. All right. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple and Polar Technics. All right, we have randomized the field, and it is in center. Initially, before teams have figured out how to use their sensors, many robots are simply programmed to work for one randomized area. They simply drive forward and place a purple pixel on the center spike mark, with the hope that sometimes it is the accurate spike mark. Later on in the season, when teams have more time to figure out difficult coding problems, like randomized autonomouses. All right, that last match went to the Blue Alliance with a score of 80-19. Those 2 hanging robots at the end of the game made a big difference. Robots are still getting set up on this field, but that's okay. All right, we have re-randomized the field because we have had to interact with some of the robot systems. This is just to ensure that no robots accidentally got information from the field prior to the start of Autonomous. But it looks like we're ready now. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Audience, you sound ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, robots slowly moving on either side of the field as they slowly move towards. All right. Looks like on the Red Alliance, there's a purple pixel just barely potentially on that spike mark. We'll leave it to the referees to rule. And they place a yellow pixel on the backdrop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right. And now there's 2 minutes of driver controlled. A robot on the Blue Alliance does not seem to be moving yet, but here they go. Now both teams quickly maneuvering across the field to collect pixels and place them in scoring areas, either on the backdrop or in the backstage. Looks like the Red Alliance is focusing on placing pixels on the backdrop. They now have a line of 3 colored pixels. Unfortunately, a line is not a mosaic, but it is still points on the board. All right, teams seem to be getting into position in preparation for endgame, when they can launch drones and begin hanging. Oh. One drone from the Red and Blue Alliance each made it into Zone 1. Unfortunately, that second drone from the Red Alliance did not quite make it across the field perimeter, that wall there. Oh, it looks like the tape measure mechanism used to hang for the Red Alliance is not working, so both of the robots have moved into the backstage area. Both robots on the Blue Alliance are hanging. Well done, teams. We'll see how this turns out. Those endgame points are a big deal, so it's still anyone's game. All right, over here on field 2 for qualification match 26 on the Red Alliance, we have Metallimultorum and their alliance partner C3 Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have Roadrunner Robotics and their alliance partner, the Disco Duckbots. This field has already been randomized, and that randomization is the center spike mark. So robots that are pre-programmed to locate either a pixel or the team prop in front of them simply need to drive forward and place the purple pixel on the same tape line as the object. Teams over here on field 1 are very patiently waiting their results. Like I said, it's a very close game. There are quite a few pixels on the backdrop for the Red Alliance, but there are 2 hanging robots for the Blue Alliance. The live scoring ends when the buzzer sounds. But those scores are not final until now. And the win goes to the Red Alliance with 127 points to 90 points. All right, it looks like we're ready over here. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? And audience, are you ready to cheer for your teams? All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we've got a little bit of movement over here on the Blue Alliance as the robot carefully senses the object in front of it and places the purple pixel on the spike mark. Unfortunately, it bumped it with its wheel, so it's no longer on the correct spike mark. Looks like on the Red Alliance, they were also just a little bit off and did not manage to place the pixels in the correct areas. Nonetheless, both robots seem to have parked in the backstage area.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, now begins the 2 minutes of tally up. Very quickly, the human players begin to add pixels to the wings as the robots take pixels from their preloads or existing on the field and place them in the backstage or on their backdrop. We have 1 pixel on the backdrop, soon to be 2, hopefully, for the Red Alliance. They have placed a 2nd pixel on the backdrop. Looks like the Blue Alliance is not far behind. Oh, but they just missed that backdrop. That's okay, the pixel still landed in the backstage and will earn them a couple of points. The Red Alliance hoping to add another pixel to their backdrop. Maybe they're going for a mosaic. Blue Alliance has now added a pixel to their backdrop and are quickly taking more to add. Unfortunately, it looks like the Red Alliance bumped a pixel. And now they only have 2 on their backdrop. Blue Alliance hoping to add another pixel to their backdrop. And they succeed. Those 2 pixels are touching each other, and it is possible to make a mosaic from them if they add a green pixel. Let's see what they do. Red Alliance aligning themselves to try and add more pixels to the backdrop. It is now endgame, and they are able to launch their drones into the landing zone or attempt to hang in the rigging. All right, we've got 1 drone launch from the Red Alliance. It seems to have landed in the 2nd zone. And another from the Red Alliance. Unfortunately, it did not land in the landing zone. All right, another close game. We'll see what the referees have to say.
These were left in the bleachers. They've been sitting up there for a good half hour, so nobody's come and collected them.
All right.
You want to make an announcement?
I have some keys that probably belong to an Iowa local. They've been found in the bleachers, and they were kind of abandoned. So please claim your keys, because I already have a ride here. I don't need to take anyone's car.
We're going to go to the front desk up there.
Yep. The keys will be at the front tech table up here. If they are yours, please collect them. You probably won't leave without them. They are car keys. All right, we've randomized for match 27. There are only 30 matches today, so we're nearing the end. All right, Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, I see movement from 3 robots. Very quick over there on the blue side, a little bit slower on the red. As they carefully try to place the purple pixels on the correct spike marks as indicated by the randomized objects. Now they will attempt to place yellow pixels on the backdrop. Unfortunately, it looks like those 2 autonomouses on the Red Alliance are not compatible. They interfered with each other.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and tally-up begins. Hopefully that other red bot can get moving. Three robots are quickly moving across the field, and a 4th robot is joining them as they attempt to collect pixels and place them in the backstage. Human players quickly add pixels to the wings as soon as they're emptied so that they are always ready for robots. As I've said before, 24/662 is quite fast and quickly takes pixels out of the wing and places them in their Alliance backstage area. All right, there are now 4 pixels, it looks like, on the backdrop for the Red Alliance. And quite a few pixels in the backstage area for the Blue Alliance. I'm an English major, so it's okay if I don't count. All right, it looks like the Red Alliance may be attempting a mosaic. Unfortunately, they knocked off one of their pixels. It is now endgame. Perhaps we will see some drones launch. Looks like a robot on the Blue Alliance is attempting to hang. Oh, and on the Red Alliance, it looks like a drone has landed just barely in that second zone. If any part of the... All right. The way the landing zones are scored is that if a drone is even slightly in a higher scoring zone, they get the higher scoring points. So if the tip of a drone is just touching the tape line for that first zone, they get first zone points. Over here, preparing for match 28, we have on the Red Alliance PCM Alchemists. And their alliance partners, GOAT. Yeah. On the Blue Alliance, we have MSTN Techno Devils. And the Norwalk Robo Warriors purple. All right, it looks like we have scores from that last match. Which alliance? Looks like it went to the Red Alliance. Congratulations, Red Alliance. They won with 80 points to Blue Alliance's 56 points. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance teams, are you ready? Red Alliance teams, are you ready? All right, my support in the audience, are you ready? Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, I see all 4 robots quickly moving across the field. All right, just one slowly moving robot on the Blue Alliance, but that's okay. They have 30 seconds to go. The autonomous period sounds short when you say it's only 30 seconds, but robots can actually do quite a bit. All right, it looks like they placed the yellow pixel on their backdrop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, our Red Alliance is quickly moving and Blue following after as they all race to collect more pixels to put in the backstage or backdrop area. All right, Red Alliance looks like they already have 4 pixels in the backstage area, making it 5 now. Blue Alliance quickly adding pixels to their backstage area as well. All right, robots are very quickly taking pixels from all over the field, either from the stacks at the front or from the wings, and adding them to their backstage. Looks like the Blue Alliance accidentally knocked off a pixel from their backdrop, but it still earns points down there on the backstage floor. This will be an extremely close game, and I cannot keep count of how many pixels are on either team's backstage. Oh, we had 2 drone launches, 1 from each alliance, but they didn't quite make it across the field perimeter. Now we will see these robots attempt to hang in the last 15 seconds of the match. All right. I see 3 hanging robots. That's quite impressive. Still 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1, 0. Preparing for the second to last match of the day. On the Red Alliance, we have the Unga Bunga Bongos and the Aztecs. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Robo Warriors and Thor. And we have our scores from the last match. It looks like the Blue Alliance won with a score of 77 to 46. Again, those hanging points in endgame made a large difference. They're randomizing the field over here for match 29. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Woo, woo, woo! All right, we've got robots moving all over the field, carefully placing purple pixels on the spike mark or navigating to the backstage area. Looks like a yellow pixel may make it on the board for the Blue Alliance, but not quite. There is one yellow pixel on the backdrop for the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Excellent, as we see our robots race across the field, quickly gathering. All right, Blue Alliance quickly adding pixels to their backstage and attempting to add them to their backdrop. Let's see if those stick. Red Alliance also trying to navigate across the tricky trusses. Looks like we've got 2 pixels on the backdrop for the Blue Alliance. All right, looks like on the Blue Alliance, they're trying to add even more pixels to the backdrop, while the Red Alliance is focusing on collecting as many pixels as they can and pushing them into the backstage area. There's a total of 4 pixels on the backdrop for the Blue Alliance and 1 pixel on the backdrop for the Red Alliance. Let's see if that changes. I also see quite a few drones on these robots, and that can change the outcome of this match as well. All right. Looks like there may be a mosaic on the Blue Alliance, and they have reached that white line on the backdrop. Let's see if they launch drones now. We have 1 for the Blue Alliance and 1 for the Red Alliance. Both alliances managing to get drones in the first zone. Oh, we have a misfire from the Blue Alliance. It hit their own alliance members. All right. Looks like it was a very close game, but we'll see what the results are. I would like to remind everyone, all teams and their robots are encouraged to come to this field at the end for a team's picture. Your robots will be here, you will be here, we will all look fabulous for a wonderful team picture. Feel free to clean up the rest of your pits and begin packing up, but please don't leave until after the picture. Coaches, please also do not leave until all of your students are cared for. Over here on this field for the very last match, we have 4 teams getting ready. On the Red Alliance, we have Fire and the Bionic Dutch. On the Blue Alliance, we have Newbotics and the Polar Technics. Looks like we have scores from match 29, and it will go to the Blue Alliance with a score of 144 to 97. Well done, Blue Alliance. All right, we're randomizing the field for the last time today. Possibly. we're completing setup for the last time today over here. Each robot is allowed to begin with 1 yellow and 1 purple pixel. They do not have to. However, it is just extra pixels that they can begin with, and these pixels help them complete autonomous goals. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? You gotta have more energy than that. You're almost done. Are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Audience, are you ready for this to be done? Woo! All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, I see 1 robot moving on the Red Alliance as they go forward. Let's see if they can place the purple pixel on the correct spike mark. Oh, it might be there. It's hard to tell from this angle, and we have to let the referees decide. Unfortunately, their yellow pixel did not quite make it on the backdrop, but the robot is parked in the backstage area. Well done, Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, our robots are quickly moving, attempting to score. Blue Alliance has a few points to make up, but it's still anyone's game. Looks like Fluffy is turning quite uncontrollably, but perhaps they can manage to collect. Red Alliance trying to collect pixels from the wing and place them on their backdrop. Right now they have 3 pixels on their backdrop. Perhaps, if they have a green, they can make a mosaic. Looks like the Red Alliance is using a strategy. 1 robot is quickly taking pixels from the wing and moving them to the backstage, while another robot arranges them on the backdrop for more points. The Blue Alliance, 6147, looks like they're preparing for endgame. With that mechanism, they should be able to launch their drone into the zones 1, 2, or 3 and potentially hang on the truss. Red Alliance continues to place pixels on the backdrop. 22189 brings pixels from the front of the field to the back of the field, while the Bionic Dutch take care of placing them on the backdrop. Looks like they have 1 mosaic. Unfortunately, the blue drone did not quite make it over the field perimeter, nor did the red drone. And the other red drone, unfortunately, did not make it, but it looks like they can still try to hang. I see 2 robots attempting to hang in the rigging. If they are hanging, when the buzzer goes off and the timer hits 0, all right, it looks like only 1 robot managed to hang. We will let the referees decide what the end is for this match. As always, the referees take care to make sure teams understand how they were scored and how rules were applied. This makes sure that we are having the most fair, and effective meets for our students. All right, but let's see who won this match, the last match of the day. And it goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 103 to 27. Well done, Red Alliance. Please remember, bring your robots and your teams over to this field, field number 1, for pictures.
Kind of confused how to start it.
So you need to talk to an FTA or someone with coding experience? Yeah.
What would that be? Would that?
I would ask Ben from Thor. And Santa hat would be good.
Because we're with the...
Yeah.
We have another 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Had a great time?